Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The July 18, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this announcement now in case there's a reason to leave the room here because of a fire or something like that. There's a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. We have no reason to believe that it's ever going to go off, but if it goes off, please go to the closest exit and go outside, and once outside, and assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property, and employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, this is just precautionary. We don't have any reason to think that we'll ever have to proceed that way. So before we go forward with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Benny Hawkes, Victory Outreach, Las Vegas, and remain standing for the pledge. Pastor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's bow our heads, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, God, in the mighty name of Jesus, God. And Father, right now, we just lift up, my God, this proceeding, God, that is going to take place here this morning, God. I pray that you would impart, my God, wisdom, God, discernment, God, and whatever it is, God, that Father, the mayor and the pro tem mayor, God, and all his team, God, needs, Father, in order to make sound decisions, God, decisive decisions, Lord, because I know, God, these council meetings, God, they can get a little bit out of hand, Lord. But Father, I pray right now that you would just settle everything, my God, and just be in control, God, of everything, every aspect of it, God, from the beginning to the end, Lord. And once again, God, we just pray your blessing, God, upon Mayor Goodman, God, and Pro Tem Mayor Gary Reeves, God, and the rest of the team, God. Yes, Lord, just have your way here this day, God, for this is the day that you have made, God, and we thank you for it, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I guess I haven't shown up yet, huh? All right, then what I'll do is I'll go forward to you.
Tell him I'm done. Tell him I'm done. I'm walking back. I'm walking out.
He's done.
I don't know, Councilman Brown, for some reason, he's a little out of line today. I don't know what his problems are. What did you do to this fella? Okay, this is a ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we'd like to recognize the Senior of the Quarter. To assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Betty Evans, Chair of the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, to please join us. Betty?
Good morning, and it is my pleasure to honor the Senior of the Quarter for making a difference in our community. Miss Lillian Osborne, would you come up here, please? Come on up here, Lillian. Right here. Lillian was nominated by the Doolittle Senior Center Coordinator, Nicole, for volunteering at the Senior Center for 15 years. That's a long time. She's an instructor for fitness classes. She promotes health and wellness at no charge to seniors. And she also teaches sewing classes to help them create new clothing or maybe to alter those ones that we need altered in our closets. Seniors especially appreciate this because most of our seniors are on a fixed income, and so this gives them some benefits from that. Volunteering takes time, energy, and comes from the heart. So Lillian, we thank you for taking that time to make Las Vegas a better place for all of us, and we recognize you as the Senior of the Quarter.
Excellent. Gail, can you take a nice picture, please? Thank you. That's great. And why don't you say a word or two? Thank you.
I want to thank everyone that was involved in this here, especially the Doolittle senior staff, although they were sneaky. But I love them, and I know they love me too. Thank you so much.
That's great. Thank you. For our next item, Councilman Ross will recognize some state champion softball players. I had a chance to talk to him. You got a special group here, Councilman, I'll tell you that.
Yes, we do, Your Honor. And whenever the council has an opportunity to highlight spectacular athletes in our city, we take advantage of that, and today's no different. Ladies, would you please stand up for a minute and turn around and show everybody who you are? These are the Majestics, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's enough. Sit down. My turn. These girls, 12 years and under, are the all-star state champions for fast pitch softball. Am I right? Key word, undefeated. Moms, dads, is that right? Undefeated Majestics. That's your new name, Undefeated Majestics. These 12 girls were selected from over 36 candidates to represent the Majestics at the state tournament. In preparation for this tournament, the team practiced 2 hours a day, 3 days a week. They were committed and determined. When they traveled to Reno for the state championship, they remained focused and didn't allow any distractions to interfere with their goal. On the first day of the tournament, the Majestics had to play 4 games, and they won every game. The next day was the championship game, and they were up against the Vegas Heat. Is that right? The Vegas Heat. The Majestics won the game also to become the state champions. Now, there was a pretty big point spread, is that correct? How big? Dads, moms? 77-10. That's incredible. Yeah.
I'm getting upset.
Did you get that?
Was that a point spread? I'll take the over.
These girls have now been asked to represent the state of Nevada in the national tournament August 1st through the 5th in New Mexico, and I'm sure they will represent us well. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge these wonderful athletes. And before they come up here and I call their names out, Councilman Brown, I had a chat with them before we started, as I know you did, but I would like to recommend that they spend a few minutes out on the field with our 51s just to kind of help them get up to speed. When you have a record like this, you know, it's something to brag about, so we want to do that. Girls, as I call your names, come down here in front and smile big for the cameras and smile big for your parents because they want to get pictures of you with the mayor. Everybody, welcome this wonderful team. Heather Bowen, come on down here. Alex Fuller, come on down here. Yay, Alex. Oh, it's Alexis. Madison Henslake. Madison, come on down. Savannah Horvath. Miranda Jimenez. Nikki Montes. Sarah Murphy. Caitlin Rouskin. Yay. Dakota Rodriguez. Vanessa Sanders. Leticia Valenzuela. Yay. Rachel Williams. Come on down here, Rachel. Now, these girls wouldn't be where they are today without dedication and devotion by their coaches, their moms, and their dads. And parents, my appreciation goes out to you for producing such wonderful athletes, wonderful young ladies to represent our state and certainly the city of Las Vegas. With that, I'd like to bring down head coach Sean Rodriguez. Sean, come on down here. And assistant coaches Phil Rouskin, J.R. Fuller, and Tim Bowen. You can come on down here. Girls, who's the team captain? Who's going to speak for this team? There you go.
I think we did about Reno. I was really excited that we won, and I thought that I think we're going to do great in New Mexico, and we're all really excited. And I know what do you want me to say? Okay.
You said it. Good job. Let me give the mic over to the head coach. Coach?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the council for having us here today. It's an honor and a privilege. We thank you very much. I also want to thank the parents and the coach for their continued support and their efforts in fundraising. To the girls for their hard work, their dedication, their commitment this All-Star season. Just remember, although your summer might be over, think about the new friends you have made, the memories you'll share, and being part of something so special that would get you here today. So you guys are to be congratulated. And then, lastly, I was talking to Councilman Brown. We are trying to raise money to go to New Mexico and represent Las Vegas. We accept any and all donations with open arms. I will leave a donation form right here on this table if you'd like to donate. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach. Here you go. Give those out to the girls. Everybody give another big round of applause. What a great team.
Congratulations, ladies. For our final item, we're going to recognize an individual who gave a lot to our community during the NBA All-Star festivities this past February. Brandon Nicholson, would you please come forward? Brandon? Here he goes. Brandon led many grassroots efforts and events that involved our local youth. Brandon did an incredible amount of work during the NBA All-Star Weekend. He coordinated the Love of Sports Symposium at Doolittle Community Center, where an elite group of executives, entrepreneurs, and athletes led a panel discussion for 300 young adults and children regarding how to transform a passion for sports into a career in the industry. Brandon also organized the Doolittle All-Star Jump-Off, an interactive experience that included a free skill clinic for 150 children, a free concert, free lunches, 3-on-3 basketball tournament, and more. Finally, Brandon led the charge to help refurbish 4 basketball courts at the lead boys and girls clubs. On behalf of the entire City Council and also at the behest of our former colleague and present County Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, I'd like to thank you for your hard work and your contributions to our community. And it's my pleasure to give you this proclamation, which proclaims today Brandon Nicholson Day in the city of Las Vegas, and we ask all of our citizens to acknowledge your good work. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words and the gesture. Very honored to be here today. I'd like to thank the city and thank the community for opening yourselves to partnership a few months back. It was great to see something come to life that, I've been talking to Lawrence, to Mr. Weekly for quite some time before that, leading up into February, and to see everything come together was great. And I think the effect that it had on the community and the kids, it was a blessing to say the least. So once again, thank you all for your partnership and appreciate the kind words.
Item number 9, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 25, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, to join the bylaws of the Southern Nevada Counterterrorism Center. Staff's asked to strike. And item number 55 is work card appeal, Terrence D. Radford, Metro's asked to strike. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these two items forward and take appropriate action, please.
Very good, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special city council meeting of June 11, 2007.
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 49 are on our consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 11 through 49 with the exceptions of 25, which has already been approved. I'll bring these items forward, take appropriate action, please, with all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 50 is a report from our city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby?
Mayor, I have nothing to report to you this meeting.
All right. Any questions of Dr. Selby or comments at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward to item number 51. 51 is a report and possible action related to the Las Vegas Strategic Plan Priority number 8 concerning revitalize and invigorate our mature areas and the urban core, which pertains, of course, to all the wards. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. I'm going to present to you the key performance indicators for your strategic goal number 8, which is to revitalize and invigorate mature areas in the urban core. What I'm going to do is give you the exact same presentation that I made a year ago, with the simple change that we've updated the numbers to add a year so that you can see how trends have occurred over this 1 year period. I think it's important that a performance indicator be as stable as possible. Starting with the total private investment in the RDA. As you know, we track in redevelopment agency as meticulously as we can all the planned and existing development, both under construction and planned within the RDA. A year ago, I stood before you and we had just under $1 billion, $986 million that was under construction, and we had about $10.8 billion planned. This year, our report indicates that we now have $1.7 billion under construction, and we have $20.7 million planned. And let me explain how we've derived some of the key projects that have really come into the new numbers that express themselves this year. This has been a good year for construction in the redevelopment area over this last year, because we've got a lot of new projects that are in these numbers that weren't in the old numbers. Obviously, we've got Allure Phase 1, the El Cortez remodel, the Golden Nugget remodel, Jewel, the Premium Outlet Mall expansion, the Mulaski Corporate Center, Newport Lofts, the Brain Institute, Urban Lofts, the World Market Center, Phase 3, and Streamline Tower. And as you all know, we see a lot of cranes everywhere downtown, which we didn't have, a year ago. Then we've got some new projects that are in the planned projects, and I have to qualify here that the good share of that $20 billion, the $10 billion increase from last year to this year is a result of the Pulse REI project. That one project alone is $9.5 billion. So if you took that out, there might only be about $1 billion increase. But this kind of lists some of the projects that are represented in the projects that are new, that are planned within the RDA. Moving along to valuation. The valuation trends are tracking construction trends. We went back over really 5 years, adding the 6th year. And this time, different than last year, we've actually showed some of the percentage increases that we've realized in the total taxable value of the RDA since 2002.
And over this past year, the RDA has realized a tremendous jump in valuation. Went from $596.3 million to $933 million, or a 56% increase in a one-year period. And that's a result of a lot of this new construction that is now starting to come online, especially in the downtown area. And last year, I didn't have these numbers. I told you we would work hard to put those together, but I was trying to get to sort of a return on investment calculation to track, going back to the beginning of the redevelopment area to present, what we've invested as a city and as a redevelopment agency in projects that were intended to, the intent of those projects were redevelopment downtown. So what we've done is gone back painstakingly year by year and picked up things like the Fremont Street Experience, parking garages, Neonopolis, all the things that the city and the redevelopment agency's done with the pure intent of redevelopment in mind. Then we've gone and looked at what that has leveraged in terms of private investment. And these were using the valuation at the time we made the investment. And to date, we've made about $331 million of public investment in the RDA going back to the beginning. That's just a little over a 20-year period. And realized about $4.9 billion in investment for a return of 15 to 1 in private investment dollars to public investment dollars. We've also looked ahead. We said, okay, now if you take what's planned in terms of public investment, and there's two primary sources of that, what we plan to invest in infrastructure at Union Park and what we plan to invest in the 5-year tax increment finance RDA capital improvement program. If you take those two numbers and put those together, then look at the proposed private investment, we get a radically different return on investment, greatly different. There, the investment ratio is $95 of private investment to every dollar of public investment. And I think what this illustrates, and then we've combined the two, we said, okay, if you put all those together, what do we get in terms of a total return looking back and looking forward? And that works out to $46 of private investment for every dollar invested. I think what it shows is, and it's something that I know I've personally experienced in other cities that have been involved in a redevelopment, is that there's sort of a period of patience involved in being a public investor in redevelopment, where it takes a little while for those initial early investments to pay off, and you turn the corner and start realizing greater returns on the public investment you make in a redevelopment program. As we go forward, I think we're going to find we have to put less and less investment in to get greater and greater return in private dollars and private tax dollars out of what we're doing in our redevelopment program. I only wish I could get these kinds of returns on my personal 401k. I think what this would show to the public is that we have made tremendous and very strategic investments downtown that are now starting to pay tremendous dividends and returns to the average taxpayer in our downtown redevelopment and investment program. The other thing that we showed you was our population trends. We showed that in 2001 we had a population in the redevelopment area of 29,359. Last year that increased to 29,902. And then this year, looking back to 2006, a one-year increase of another 1.8% to 30,415. This is pretty significant in that you generally find in your core areas a deterioration, a tear down of existing housing units and an out-migration of population. So it shows that the population in the redevelopment, at least up to this point, has remained relatively stable. And I think you'll see, I've footnoted below that we've got 1,400 units projected to come online in the downtown area here within probably the next year. As you realize, we've got Jewel and Streamline and a number of these projects that are opening up. Those units will be occupied. We think downtown does better than the Strip in terms of owner-occupied units. Our numbers show that anywhere from 60 to 75% of the units being sold are going to be by persons who intend to live downtown. So we're going to start to see a little bump in population increase as a result of the actual units that are coming online downtown. And that's the end of my report. Those were we picked just a few key performance indicators that were relevant to the redevelopment area, and I wanted to show a stable set of indicators so you could see some trend data as we move forward. And we'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Council members, are there any questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you. Scott, the Sam Cherry Lofts, not the Soho Lofts, but the other, what's the name of it?
Soho, Newport Lofts?
Newport Lofts. Are they completed? Has anybody moved in yet?
I'm not exactly sure the exact status for right now. I know they're near completion. I know we're working with them on the retail space. They have their retail space now available and marketing that space. And from the appearance of it, it looks like it's about ready to open, and I could get that information for you.
And then secondly, the Jewel and Streamline properties, it seems, because I drive downtown every day back and forth to work, it seems that both those properties got off to a real fast start, but it seems like construction has slowed down a little. I don't know, but has it?
Well, not really. As one who's been in other downtowns where you've seen a lot of high-rise development go, they go up fast because each floor plate goes very quickly. But then what happens, they start to work on the inside of each floor. And so they start to build out each floor. Now, some of these are building out as they go up. Streamline, I see out my window every day, and as they're going up, they're building out in the lower floors. But they've got a lot of interior work to do in terms of the build out of the inside of the building, and that's a little bit of a slower process. They're moving very quickly, though. Both of those I've been very impressed on in terms of the speed at which they've been getting those out of the ground. But what happens is once they've topped out, then all that interior finishing, cladding, and all that work happens, and that takes a little bit longer.
Any other questions? Councilman Brown, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Scott, three quick questions. One on the chart with the change in value of the RDA.
Yep.
Can you get that one up?
If I could have them pull that back up. That one.
On this assessment, do they assess for fiscal year 07-08 at the beginning? So that 933 is a real number, or is that a projected value number?
That should be, and I'll have to clarify that should be the real number that represents the addition of the supplemental assessment, because we're using year-end numbers. I see what you're saying. This is 07-08. I misunderstood your question initially. I'd have to get the exact answer to that question. It is what is on the rolls, I believe, at the time we go into 07-08.
In the next slide, the planned 5-year private investment.
Right.
Is that inclusive of REI?
No, and I'm glad I meant to footnote that as well. This is the known public investment that we plan to make, and it does not include the TIF. In fact, I don't believe TIF rebates are in here. It's simply things like parking garages, public improvements, those kinds of things. And that planned investment, the $218 million, could increase as we know more about projects and as we move forward in time. So that ratio could decline considerably as we start to look at things more. But I think it still holds true that when you look at the 15-to-1 ratio, that it won't be any less than that, and it's to be substantially more than that as we move forward.
And you mentioned that you went back year by year to do this analysis?
Yeah, and it's not scientific because it's hard to go back. We were pulling off a vote lists that were the best that we could do to recreate what had been invested in the RDA over the last 21 years. And I'm sure we may have missed one or two projects. We got all the big things, I'm pretty confident of. We may have missed a little bit of, $2 or $3 million here and there, but in the scheme of things, it won't really change the numbers materially.
Thank you. And then the next slide on the population, I think you've explained this before, but when you list the 1,400 units and then say if 35% occupied, if someone purchases a condo at Streamline but choose to live there only 2 weeks of the year. Do we consider that an increase in population?
No, the intent here was this was just using some assumptions. Let's say only 35% of them were full-time, year-round, which is substantially less than we think it'll be. We think it'll be at least 50%, and that was at 1.5 persons per household, which is a small household. That would maybe average out single occupant households with double occupant households, that we would get an increase of 735. Now, if that goes to 50 to 75%, then we'll even realize a bigger increase as a result of those units coming online that are actually occupied.
And again, by occupied, you're tracking those that live, play, work downtown.
People that are full-time residents downtown, not investor units where they might only be renting it out a couple weeks a year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Are there any other questions? Mayor, we had a great report, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Very good. Look forward to your motion.
Thank you. Scott, you and your staff to be commended for a great report. I move to follow, to accept the report. That was my motion.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Adams, for a great report. Okay. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding an exclusive negotiating agreement with CIM LL Las Vegas. 52? Wait, pardon me. Okay, 52 snuck in here. 52 is discussion and possible action concerning the report on the 2007 legislative session of the state of Nevada pertaining to all wards. Mr. Levis.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. I'm glad that I don't have to talk on the item that you mentioned previously because I have no idea what's going on with that item. I'd like to thank you for letting me speak to you briefly today, and the presentation will be brief. I know that you have received updates throughout the session from Chris Knight, and so this will just be a summary of some of the things that happened during the session. And hopefully I'll be able to work this PowerPoint. One of the things that changed during the session was that prior to the session I didn't need these glasses, but there was a lot of bills that we had to deal with that session and a lot of reading. Here's some of the things that we're going to talk about, and this is just a summary of some of those things. Basically, what these things cover are the things that are covered in the summary book that we provided you last week. There's a lot of detail in this, and I would be glad to meet with any one of you if you'd like some detail on some of the bills. The team members. This starts with the mayor and council because you're giving us direction on the bills that are being submitted during the legislative session. And it kind of covers all levels of the organization, from your level to department liaisons who are engaged in this process. The folks that were up there included myself, Leanne Lee, who's our legislative officer, and Seth Floyd. Leanne and Seth, who's from our planning department, are on a well-deserved vacation this week, so they couldn't be present today. We also have in Carson City during the session some contract lobbyists, including Bob Ostrowski, Misty Grimmer, and Mike Sullivan. I believe they are here with us this morning, if they raise your hand. And also we have a core Las Vegas team, which includes Betsy, Chris Knight, Val, and Christy Russell. They're the ones that are providing us the information that we need in our positions for bills that come up on a day-to-day basis. I think what's important here to note is particularly the folks that are down here in southern Nevada. They're having to do this legislative effort and review bills on top of the jobs that they already have. So we would like to, our team would like to commend them for providing that information to us. It's a tough job. Before I move forward, I would like to provide a few general stats. During this session, there was a total of 1,208 bills that were introduced. 629 of those were introduced in the Assembly and 579 in the Senate. As you know, the session goes for 120 days, so it went through February 5th through June 4th. There was a special session that lasted just under 4 hours on June 5th. And the session ends, of course, on June 4th at midnight, but it's really 1 o'clock at the legislature. We're not sure exactly how that works, but the session goes through 1 a.m. on June 5th. So kind of an interesting thing to note. In terms of the city bills, Assembly Bill 514 was our bill to change our charter. As we discussed prior to the session and throughout the session, anytime you open up your charter, there is a risk. There is a risk of getting changes to your charter that you never intended, that you didn't want. And I think that we found this bill to be unique and interesting in the deliberations that took place. At the end of the day, you'll find that there were a number of positive changes that were identified at your direction that were changed in that bill, including affordable housing, training, some changes to our ordinance process and work and permits process. So there was a number of changes that were made, I think, that were positive for the city of Las Vegas. That being said, there was a portion in there, that being the Salary Commission, that did not make it through as a part of this bill. We worked diligently to try to get that passed, and that was not a part of the bill that was passed. Going on, Senate Bill 90. This bill gets us representation on the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security. As you recall, last session we were taken off that commission as a voting member. The City of Las Vegas now has a voting member on that commission. Senate Bill 198 makes a change to our charter, which allows us to do lease purchase agreements for public works projects. Again, we didn't feel that we had that authority. That bill was passed as well. Senate Bill 234, this was a bill that exempts contracts for certain projects within our redevelopment area from the procedures of competitive bidding. And what this bill attempted to do was to say, while the developer is out there constructing their building within the redevelopment area, there's additional work that we know we're going to be responsible for. That additional work is clearly a public work. We recognize that it's a public work. What this bill attempted to do was to allow the developer to do the additional work on our behalf. We would reimburse them, we would pay prevailing wages, so everyone was made whole through the process. The architect was made whole, the contractor was made whole, and in fact the worker was made whole. Thought that we had agreement on that bill with the construction industry as well as the labor organizations. That bill did not make it through. We're going to continue to work with them on that and see if there are some opportunities. The saving grace there is that they are willing to work with us. They're people that we've worked with very closely in the past, and we think that there may be some opportunities to make a change in that regard. But in the end, this bill did not make it. And finally, there was a Senate Bill 139, which was sponsored on behalf of the City of Las Vegas by the Nevada League of Cities, and that bill just raised the threshold for governing body approval for interlocal contracts and cooperative agreements. That bill passed as well. Some of the major topics of interest, you've heard these topics throughout the session through your updates with Mr. Knight. Affordable housing, there was a number of bills. Bill draft request, there was a bill to eliminate the city's ability to submit bills. In the end, that bill was modified and it altered our ability from 4 bills per session to 3 bills per session for the next 2 sessions. Beyond that, it's open, so we'll be back to 4 unless there are some changes in that regard. Billboards, of course, was a big topic. There was a bill that was going to limit our authority to manage our billboards. That bill did not move forward. The bill died, and we are obviously working with the billboard industry as we speak. Consolidated tax. There was a run by the City of North Las Vegas to change the distribution of the consolidated tax to the tune of a $7 million hit to the City of Las Vegas. That was at the surprise of everyone in the hearing that day when the bill was heard. We survived that on a 3-4 vote against that. Elections, there was a push to change the city elections to make them in the even numbered years. That bill again did not pass. We fought that. We think that could be something that could be of concern in the future. that of course will have an impact on your tenure, and so we're very concerned with that. Eminent domain, it's been eminent domain to death, I'm sure. There's a lot of activity in that regard. Basically, you can't acquire land through eminent domain and give it to a private party, take from one private party and give it to another private party. As you know, we passed a resolution that said we weren't going to do that anyway. Employee retirement benefits. During the 2003 session, there was a bill that was passed that provided for a subsidy to be paid by the City of Las Vegas on behalf of city retirees if the retiree elected to receive health care through the Nevada Public Employees Benefits Program. Again, that was done in 2003. During this session, there was a bill that was passed that basically takes that opportunity away from the city employees. And basically, it says that the entity has to be either all into the program or all out. There's no option for the employee. That being said, we were able to move the effective date so that we would have some time to work with the employees of the City of Las Vegas and give them some time to review what their options are from a retirement perspective. And finally, energy and energy conservation. You've heard about the lead building issue that we had up there. There was a determination as to what projects were in, what projects were not in. I don't think that process is going to be going away. The Tax Commission is working right now to develop the standards for how that process is going to work. I know that's been there's been a lot of contention down here, and there's been a lot of discussion at the City Council. We'll obviously continue to monitor those deliberations. Enterprise community, that's another one where it created a Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Advisory Board. This was sponsored by Senator Horsford, and what it does, it brings various jurisdictions together to talk about the projects that are going on within our enterprise zone, and in particular, we were used as the model, the things that have been happening in our enterprise community. So hopefully some of the other jurisdictions will learn from some of the things that we've been doing. Graffiti, we already know about. We did propose lopping off the thumbs. That didn't go over well, but we did propose it. But they did make some changes we think that are for the positive for the city, including increasing the penalties and some other things. Public records, there were some changes there on how we have to respond to the community when they make requests. Public purchasing and contracting, some new opportunities for them for some different ways of doing their procurements on the construction side, and also how they advertise their bids for goods and services. Tort reform, you've heard about that. It raises the threshold from $50,000 to $75,000. That will go through October 1st of 2007, and then October 1st of 2011 it will raise from $75,000 to $100,000. That's a bill that unfortunately was passed, and it was vetoed by the governor, and it was put into another bill. We of course fought that as well. Transportation, believe that's another topic that we've talked a lot about. It's taking money from room tax revenue, property tax revenue, and car rental revenues, and that's going to be used for the widening of I-15 and US 95. Video franchising was another big topic, and there was a bill that was passed, Assembly Bill 526, which transfers the franchise authority from the local governments to the Secretary of State. But it does allow us to continue to impose franchise fees and manage our right-of-ways. Appropriations of interest. Floyd Lamb, actually it's not a state park anymore, but it was at the time. That's why it was put in as such. We received some money for some historical building preservation, as well as educational and cultural events, as well as money for the Archaeological Museum, which is a component of that park. The Smith Performing Arts Center received some money, and this is just a summary of some of those that received money we thought that you might be interested in. What do we need to do during the interim? First off, we have to review our internal policies and procedures to make sure that they align with the the laws that were passed during the 2007 session. In addition, if there are things that we do not have policies or procedures for, we need to make sure that those new policies and procedures are put into place. We also, of course, need to continue to work with the billboard industry so that there's no new legislation next session. And we need to work with the legislators to let them know the things that we're doing in the city of Las Vegas and try to engage them on the things that we're doing. And finally, work with other governmental entities on the legislative issues that are common to all of us. And looking ahead to 2009, this is just a list of some of the things that are potential threats to us. Most of it, this is tax related. The green building could be an issue for us, and we'll be watching that. The municipal elections, which we talked about previously. Theme parks and arenas. Near the end of the session, you heard a lot of discussion about some bills relating to that. Basically, giving the same type of redevelopment incentives to areas that aren't in redevelopment areas, and we think that that's a problem, and that's not playing fair. And of course, transportation funding, that's always going to be a threat to us, something that we'll be watching very closely. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Olivas. Are there any questions or comments of Mr. Olivas? I have a comment, basically. No good deed goes left unpunished, it looks like. And I'm very proud of this council and the way that we've managed our monies, and we're fiscally conservative, we're prudent in the way that we do our day-to-day business. The manager's office is watchful that we're doing our job the way we're supposed to be doing our job. And it seems to me, I get the feeling, and I'm speaking to Mr. Ostrowski and Mr. Sullivan as well when I say this, as our lobbyists as well as our staff, that we're like a punching bag. It's like everybody, because we're doing a good job here, they want to take a little shot at us, take a little money from us here, a little money from us there. Yesterday I didn't appreciate what the county did. I read in the newspaper that one of the commissioners said they're doing us a favor. I don't look at that when they take money out of our pockets as a favor. That's number one. The legislature appears to be looking at us every which way to take a little bit from us, and I resent it, to be quite frank with you. And when I was a kid, believe it or not, I ran up the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum, and I'm not going to take this lying down. We're going to protect what we have. We're a great city, and we're not going to allow. You with me? We're not going to allow these other. Yeah, Rocky. Right, Rocky Goodman. We're not. Well, don't laugh. We're not going to allow this to happen. I just don't think that. I don't think that we should be put in this position, and I think that we have to prepare for it. And I'm saying that to our lobbyists up there. I don't want to be in a position at the next legislature that every time we turn around, we see somebody trying to take the consolidated tax from us. We turn around, they want to do this to us. They want to unlevel the playing field as far as arenas are concerned. So let's be ahead of the curve on this one. Next legislature, let us step up and let us be proactive rather than reactive as we had to be this past legislature. All right, thank you. Can I have a motion to accept the report?
Before you do, Your Honor,
yes,
if I may. Having the opportunity to be at the legislature a couple of times this last session, Director Olivas' team was phenomenal. Having the opportunity to spend some time with him and his staff on some other issues relating to the city of Las Vegas, I want the council and the mayor to know how hard they've worked to ensure just what you've talked about. And I think that, Director, you've got the clear message to keep your eyes open because things are coming down the road and we need to be prepared for it. But I want the council to know how I got to see it firsthand how hard they work. So thank you.
Okay. Let's just stay ahead of the curve and none of us get indicted, okay? May I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Make a motion to accept the report, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 53 is report and possible action regarding the city manager's recommendation of a development team and site for the Las Vegas Event Center pertaining to 1, 3, and 5, although the truth of the matter is it pertains to the entire city.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think it might be useful to give you a little background before I give you my recommendation, to tell you how we got to where we are. Back in 2006, the city and the county jointly appointed a special task force to look into the need for a new facility to handle our growing demands for sports and entertainment activities in all of southern Nevada. The task force issued its findings in November of 2006. They assessed the need for a new event center, and they reached several important conclusions. First of all, they concluded that southern Nevada, Las Vegas, is in that market now that can reasonably be expected to host a major league sports team. Second, that we're a market in which a new event center would be very economically viable, meaning that it would have opportunities to pay its operating costs and even maybe some of its debt service. And finally, that an event center would also contribute substantially to the economy of southern Nevada, that it would have positive economic impacts for us. Before, during, and after the work of the task force, the city was approached by various parties who expressed their desire to build such an event center and to also bring a major league team with them. These unsolicited proposals contained a wide range and a wide variety of financing and development options that involved the use of city-owned land and or some type of city financial support. In order to try to get the best deal for the city and to give each proposer a fair opportunity to present a detailed plan, we retained CSL, the consultant that was used by the task force originally, and Bill Rhoda in particular, who's an expert in this area, to help us structure a formal proposal process under which we could look at these opportunities that have been presented to us informally. I might add that it's unusual and maybe unprecedented for a city to have the kind of interest from the private sector that we've had in this arena process without us having offered any kind of a substantial financial package to a developer. So I think it's a credit to the council and to the city for creating an environment that's attractive to this kind of development. So we're very fortunate in that regard. On April 20th, CSL, on behalf of the city, issued a request for proposals for an arena in downtown Las Vegas. That RFP required that the firms submit proposals which included, among other things, some general information on the proposed development team, the background and qualifications of the team, a detailed development plan, what they were proposing to do, proposed financing structure, an arena operations plan, a marketing plan, and a financial plan. On June 28th, we received 6 proposals. Staff indicated that 2 of the proposals were insufficiently developed. They weren't really as responsive as they needed to be, and we pulled those out and took the remaining 4 proposals forward to be considered by a special committee that I appointed. We called it the Blue Ribbon Committee to review these proposals. And I selected, with Scott Adams' input, some community leaders that I thought would give us an unbiased recommendation. Those members of the committee included former city councilman and now county commissioner Lawrence Weekly, Pat Shalmy, the president of Nevada Power Company, Tina Kunzer Murphy, the executive director of the Las Vegas Bowl and a former administrator for the athletics program at UNLV, Judge Lloyd George, a senior U.S. District Court judge, Rossi Rollencotter, the president of LVCVA, and Mayor Oscar Goodman, who graciously offered to chair that Blue Ribbon Committee. I want to extend my appreciation to all those committee members for the amount of time and effort they put into wading through both the written proposals and sitting through fairly lengthy oral interviews. Following their deliberations, which occurred on July 12th and July 13th, they recommended the joint venture of REI and Warburg Pincus as the best capable to carry out this major undertaking of building a new arena project. Myself and staff who attended the interviews concurred with their recommendation, and I'm very pleased to make that recommendation to the City Council that you direct us to begin that negotiation process with that joint venture team. Mayor Goodman, you sat on the committee, and I may give you an opportunity to express some of your observations.
Well, the process I felt was a very fair process. We asked each group that was making a presentation to us to give us an overview, and provided a half an hour in which to do that, and then an additional half hour for the committee to ask questions and to get answers to those questions. Mr. Rode, who's here today, did a terrific job in briefing us so that we were prepared to ask questions that were pointed and went to the issues, so we would be able to get down to a resolution as to which candidate was the best. All the presentations had very strong points to them. As I said to the folks, we're going with REI, and we're embracing REI, and we're praying that REI is going to do everything that we hope that they're going to do, because in large part that is the legacy in part of this city council. We have wonderful things happening in the city of Las Vegas. We've got great parks, we have great community centers, we take care of our seniors, we have just a lot of great things happening as far as culture is concerned, development. But this project is very important to us because the arena will be the site, hopefully, of either an NBA or an NHL franchise, or both. And as I understand it, assuming that we go forward today and approve REI, Warburg Pincus, that they will actually be with the NBA in the near future, having discussions about having a franchise come here. I've been advised by some folks that the NBA, their special committee, which is looking at Las Vegas, is paying careful attention to what's happening here today. So this is a very important time in our city's history. There was the threat, and there's still the possibility that another group may want to put the shovel in first out in the county and not in the city, as we would prefer for our redevelopment plans. And all of the proponents were asked whether or not that would affect their going forward with the project. And to a group, they said no, they're going forward notwithstanding any other potential competition, and I'd like to hear that. Those folks are with us today. Dr. Selby, if they'd like to make a brief comment, that's fine. Otherwise, we could limit their showing us some drawings of what this arena might look like. I think the public would be interested in seeing that. If you'd be kind enough to identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Council members, my name is Todd Fink, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer from REI. I have with me today Jill Ferrari, Vice President of REI, and George Pistolas of the Pistolas Group, who is an operating partner in our venture. We thank you very much for the time that the city, staff, consultants, and the Blue Ribbon Committee have devoted to this project. We are delighted to be proceeding. We pledge to continue to work very, very earnestly to bring this to fruition. We believe that our goals and the city's goals are very much aligned. We do have some renderings that we can show. This is a conceptual site plan which would show the arena event center in the northern portion of the project, adjacent to Charleston and the Charleston Boulevard interchange at I-15. We also have a graphic. This is a conceptual rendering of Phase 1 site plan. You can see the arena here, adjacent retail and entertainment centers, plaza. Again, we have the Union Pacific Railroad here. We have Charleston Boulevard to the north. And I think that what this conveys is a very, very exciting sense of place. This is something that will be an iconic symbol within the city of Las Vegas. We very much expect that when people say they're going to Las Vegas for a vacation, they're going to say, well, have you been to the arena? You've got to see the arena. I don't want to belabor the point. We all have a lot of hard work ahead of us. We are, in fact, meeting with the NBA on Friday if things go as we expect them to go today. And we pledge our continued commitment and partnership to the city, and we thank you for your time today.
Very good.
One thing I'd like to add, just because I know it is a very important issue with many of the council members, we have worked very closely with our neighbors to redesign this Phase 1 to incorporate some of the Arts District's concerns. And we met with Dick Geyer and his group yesterday, and I just wanted to let you know that they were very happy with how this is shaping out.
All right. Mr. Patsolis, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background, what expertise you bring to this group?
I'm very happy to do that, Mayor Goodman. It's good to see you again. I first met Mayor Goodman about 8 years ago when I was president of the Houston Rockets, and the Rockets were going through the same type of process that the city of Las Vegas is now. We had some difficulties there, and we were looking at relocating the Rockets to Las Vegas. At that time, I looked at Union Park and some of these same neighborhoods, and I want to commend you on the terrific growth the city has had since then and the great role that the city has played in that. So, but just back to my experience, I was in Houston as president of the Houston Rockets for 8 years. I oversaw the arena financing agreements, the negotiating of those agreements with the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. I also oversaw the design and construction of the building in partnership with the county and the city in Houston, and then the sales of advertising and club seats and suites in connection with that. And I set up the operating companies for the arena, and then we opened it successfully and operated it until last year. And so that was 8 years really focused on sort of probably what we're going to be going through here in Las Vegas over the next 8 years. I can tell you that it's a tremendous payoff. When you can deliver a facility like this, it can really re-energize a neighborhood. I think that's what you're looking for here. One of the things that's most exciting to me about this site and the vision that REI has developed for it is that it really takes some of the most exciting things that are going on in the city, like Union Park, the Jewel of the Desert, World Market Center, Fremont Street experience, and it pulls those things down or creates a bridge between those great things that are happening and that momentum, and then the momentum on the north end of the Strip, as you're seeing so much development coming up the Strip. And you can see that in this rendering. I'm not sure how clear it is really on the screen, but bearing with me for 1 minute, I mean, you can just see all this development that is taking place on the north end of the Strip here, just coming up, and then to the stratosphere. And then you've got this huge site here, which basically bridges you to World Market Center. I just saw steel coming out of the ground with the Alzheimer's Center. Very exciting. You've got the Clark County Government Center. You've got the Las Vegas Premium Outlets, and then you've got Fremont Street up here. And pulling Grand Central Parkway down to the Strip, to me, that's an incredible payoff. So I see you getting much more than just an arena and a pro team. I see you getting a revitalized area of downtown, and I think it's a brilliant plan, and I'm very happy to be a part of it.
Thank you very much. All right, are there any questions of Dr. Selby or the lady or gentleman? Or comments? Councilor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Goodman. I don't know if you realize this, gentlemen and ladies, but we've got a lot of viewers at home that actually watch Channel 2, and they're probably watching us right now. And when I go back to my office and when I go home tonight and go out in the community tomorrow, one of the first questions I'm going to be asked is, well, when? When is the team coming, and when is the arena going to be built? So can you just give us a little bit of a time frame so the people at home that are going to benefit the most from this arena and this project as a whole can start to enjoy and reap the benefits?
Sure, Councilman, I'd be happy to answer that. Our expectation is that we will close on the land third quarter of this year, and that we would be under development in the third or fourth quarter of 2008. Pardon me?
That didn't answer my question. The people at home are going to say, well, when's the arena going to be done?
Generally, it's 12 to 18 months to design the building, and then it's 2 years to construct it. And so finalizing this development plan that you're approving us to do over the next 60 days, getting that in place is critical. And if we do that successfully, then design would be completed in earnest, I would say, within 12 to 18 months. And then we would get in the ground immediately following that because from our standpoint, there's a huge investment and we want to get it to work as quickly as possible. So that would be 3.5 years from the approval of that agreement. I would say is a very realistic and doable time frame, and that would put us at the fall 2011 season, I would say.
Thank you.
So, yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I also wanted to comment, because I know we do have a lot of viewers, on the fact that this is being done with private money to build this. It is not being done with taxpayers' money as far as what has happened in other areas in building arenas, and I think that's very, very important, that we don't get stuck in a bad situation. It seems you're going in a very good direction as far as that's concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Dr. Selby, did you want to add anything?
Well, I'd just like to kind of conclude with how you might want to make a recommendation. Staff believes that we should come back at your next council meeting with a memorandum of understanding that sets forth some requirements for our negotiations for a development agreement, which our target is to bring that back 60 days after the MOU. I've given you some suggestions.
Yes.
We have actually been working with REI, our staff has, and I think there's general concurrence on these
I believe
major
so.
topics.
We had a meeting earlier today, and basically I'm going to ask these folks whether or not they agree with these various conditions, but they already have indicated in principle that they will. The first is that we'll enter into a memorandum of understanding on August 1st of 2007. There will be a performance deposit of $1 million that will be deposited by you with the city at the time a final development agreement is executed, and the deposit is non-refundable if you're unable to perform your obligations under the development agreement. Those obligations basically are that you will reimburse the city reasonable costs incurred with connection with negotiation of the agreements and administration of any incentives provided to the developer. As I indicated, if we have to bring in any consultants or experts to help us finalize this with you, that you will be responsible for those fees, and that a final development agreement will be offered to this council for consideration within 60 days of the execution of the memorandum of understanding. There are 2 outstanding lawsuits at this point that we're aware of. One concerning an allegation that there are concerning our gaming overlay and the showing that was made in support of being able to support the gaming overlay requirements. And the other, there's a lawsuit which challenges the estoppel certificates. You're aware of those. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve those favorably in order to go forward, and that's going to be part of your obligation, and you've agreed to that as well. We will resolve between us, and we're going to develop deadlines concerning financial commitments by REI Pecos Warburg. We're going to talk about star bonds and resolve those, tax increment financing arrangements, resolution of the appeal, as I said, resolution of real estate issues and the closing on the purchase of land for the project. There seems to be some discussion about whether the estoppel certificates bind the rightful owners of the property, and we're going to resolve that. The timetable will be set for the commencement of construction. We'll be advised as to the commitment of a professional franchise coming to Las Vegas. We're going to define the scope of Phase 1 of the project, and you've agreed to all of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, very good. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like you to make a motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's really been a privilege for me to be involved in the negotiating process. I really learned a lot. This is really going to be something substantial for our redevelopment area. I look forward to continue working with your group. I think it's probably one of the biggest steps that I've been involved in since I've been at City Hall. I think this here is really going to add the city to what's going on Las Vegas Boulevard South. It's really going to be a connector. It's going to help bring people from the Strip down to our Jewel of the Desert, down to our Fremont Street experience. It's really, to me, the final key that we're going to try to turn here to make all of our redevelopment areas a success. And so I look forward to continue to work with you. I offer my office to you in any way we can help, and I'll certainly work with the other council members, and I appreciate their support on this project as well. It's going to take a total team effort to make this something that is going to happen. So with that, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow all your conditions that you put on record, the comments that have been made here today by Dr. Selby, and I look forward to working with them.
Thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck, folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I know that in the audience are representatives of some of the other proponents who made presentations before us. We're keeping our fingers crossed that this REI comes to fruition, but follow it closely because they bit off an awful big chaw, as they say. All right, item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding an exclusive negotiating agreement with CIM LL Las Vegas, LLC, to negotiate a disposition and development agreement for parcels located at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue totaling approximately 5.49 acres. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Office of Business Development. This agreement respects the development of the post office block. I think, let me go back a little bit. We had previously entered into an agreement with the partnership that was in part comprised of some of the existing owners of the Lady Luck for the redevelopment of this block, and I've got the entire block pulled up on the overhead. If you remember, we stated the last time we appeared before you with respect to this item that we would be bringing back to you some performance-related material under that previous E&A. Well, in the midst of that process, the Frank Wright Plaza Partnership was able to reach agreement with a new group with respect to the potential, purchase and redevelopment not only of this property but the existing Lady Luck. And it is a very, very exciting prospect. This new group is a group that is CIM Real Estate. They have formed a new partnership called CIM LL Las Vegas LLC, and what we're presenting to you today is a new E&A with this new group for the redevelopment of the post office block. This E&A is very similar to the one that we had previously entered into, and then the one that we were going to extend with the Frank Wright Plaza Partnership. I have actually in place a letter agreement from the prior partnership assigning their earnest money deposit over, so there's a $100,000 earnest money deposit in place. The agreement provides for 2 negotiating periods of 120 days each. In those periods, there are certain things that are going to be done. One of those is they'll submit to us a new master plan for the redevelopment of the site within the first 75 days. They will also provide certain indications regarding how the existing Lady Luck will be operated, and then we'll be moving forward into the actual details of the redevelopment of the post office block itself. I think one of the issues that they've gotten their arms around and expressed a great deal of willingness to work with us on is the issue of the 3rd Street Bridge that connects the 2 towers, and they've indicated that agreement to any mandatory term in a resulting DDA where they would agree to study and present the results of those studies to the city regarding how to deal with that bridge, whether it's removal, moving it, disguising it. They've agreed to look at a number of different options regarding that bridge. So with all those issues in place, staff recommends approval of this. There are representatives of CIM here. If you would like to ask any questions, John Given is here with CIM. I would indicate that we're very excited to have CIM interested in downtown. They are one of the nation's premier urban redevelopers. They've done very successful projects, especially in the West Coast and the Southern California area, and it's exciting to have CIM really join, the group of developers that we're now realizing in downtown Las Vegas. So I would like to, at least acknowledge John, and he may want to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. It's interesting. You just heard the previous item, which will redefine the city of Las Vegas. And it's incredible to think that you could have back-to-back items on an agenda, which each one in their own right will redefine the way we think about the city of Las Vegas. So I am delighted to welcome you here, Mr. Givens. I think that it would be good for the council to hear a little bit about CIM and just generally what you're doing at this point in time and how you're evaluating the situation as it relates to the Lady Luck.
Well, thank you very much, the mayor and council members and staff as well. And it is I take it as an awesome task and responsibility to do this right as well. Both the immediate opportunities in front of us, and then to stretch them further to really have legs for the city and for the revitalization of this area. I'm John Given. I'm a principal of CIM Group. We are based in Hollywood. We have offices in San Francisco and in Bethesda, Maryland. I'll give you a little bit of background on CIM, but let me just give you a couple basics that I know come to mind. We are acquiring all the interests of downtown resorts, including the rights to negotiate directly with the city for the post office block. And that acquisition brings with it our own goals for immediate, finding the fastest track to turn the lights back on and create something great. And then to grow this opportunity that Lady Luck and the post office block presents into truly a major opportunity for an emerging urban community. And really to see a bellwether. We've got a lot of individual projects starting to take shape. We think this is an opportunity to begin to connect up a substantial portion of what is traditionally downtown Vegas with all the references to a new urban lifestyle that locals and visitors are going to appreciate and enjoy. But what are we going to do right out the door? We're currently working hard over the next several months, and we anticipate this running through the first quarter of next year to complete plans for redevelopment or reconstruction of the Lady Luck properties. That includes reopening the 2 hotel towers, the casino, continuing to grow the street retail multi-tenant, highly kind of eclectic, urban quality street environment on 3rd Street. And to do that in such a way that it is the framework around which a little district grows back to Fremont Street and up to the post office block. But that district needs critical mass, so we need to be able to have a plan to grow the direct activities of the hotel and casino, and we need the opportunity to grow other uses, residential, office, and hotel, and retail along 3rd Street, along Ogden, along Stewart, to make this successful. And absolutely, that's where the exclusive negotiation agreement comes into play. The success of both the Lady Luck and the post office block are highly intertwined, and we look to a deep partnership with you to make that successful. We'll go into this in much greater detail as laid out in the ENA through a schedule of submittals and conversations that we'll be having. Briefly on CIM. CIM Group is a manager of about $4 billion of public pension fund investment. Our business program and investment program is entirely directed at urban infill, urban reinvestment. We started out before we had the full force of the fund behind us becoming sort of the lead retail and Main Street developer, 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica. We did 7 different properties in the Gas Lamp District in San Diego and several in Old Pasadena. More recently, our focus of some comparability to what we hope to and what we see, in fact, happening with or without us here in Las Vegas is what our experience has been in Hollywood and in downtown LA, where we are currently in both places committed to in excess of $500 million of investment, multiple properties, multiple uses, a very dynamic program in a concentrated area. And it is our role as a developer, as a partner and co-sponsor with other developers, as an investor, bringing the necessary capital that we control in our office through our own investment committee to Las Vegas, that we look to be a part of the story that you've been so involved in unraveling here in Vegas.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Given or any comments?
I have a comment.
Certainly, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. As the item prior to this one, we just approved REI, and I'm very ecstatic about the opportunity of a stadium coming into downtown Las Vegas. But as previous speakers mentioned, the connector coming in from the northern portion of the Strip, the arena, into Union Park, into our downtown area, specifically as it relates to the Lady Luck and the opportunities that we await for. I'm excited about it, and I believe the mayor and council is excited about it as well, because this is truly the injection that we need for major properties such as the Lady Luck, which is a marquee to downtown. Lady Luck has been here a very long time, and a lot of tourists as well as locals frequented the Lady Luck, and now to see a downtown property have an opportunity to be revitalized in such a major way, I believe that it would be the injection that you all infuse, which will trigger other downtown properties to also reinvest. And you mentioned something that caught my attention as well, and that's urban infill reinvestment. That's exactly what we're looking for, and that's exactly what this mayor and council is getting today. And so I want to applaud you for coming into the valley and coming into our downtown and really taking a true look and putting your money and your efforts and your talents to bring about the vision that this mayor and council is looking for. So for that, I will be supporting this item, and I truly want to thank you, and I want to thank my good friends from the Lady Luck as well for your commitment and your dedication of bringing together a team that can also pull together the vision that you all have and look forward to carrying out. And so with that, my motion will most definitely be to approve this item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Okay, item 56 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new permanent trade show facility subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes for Market Liquor Services, LLC, doing business as Market Liquor Services, LLC at 495 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Vincent with Finance and Business Services. We are recommending approval of this temporary license. It's a new category that we just created in a bill last week, as you know. With me, I think, is Ms. Truesdale and Ms. Monteferrante with World Liquor. So if you'd like to ask me any questions.
Very good, ladies.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We appreciate staff working so diligently with us in order to get this item on today's agenda, and we would appreciate your approval of this temporary license at this point.
Very good. Let me say this. I got to congratulate the staff. I don't know whether I've done this publicly or not, but the issue was brought to our attention how difficult it was when the World Market Center was having its conventions and its shows to have liquor served there, or wine or beer, to the customers who were attending the various individual showrooms. And it was an unwieldy situation, and multiple permits had to be sought, and multiple investigations, multiple work cards, health cards, TAN cards, the whole works had to be issued. And the city staff really stepped up on this one. Mr. DiFiore, Mr. Vincent, the city attorney's office went overboard in order to make life easy for those who do business in our city. and I want to publicly express this council's appreciation to them for making this possible, because now it's going to be easy to have a party over there, and we love parties. Okay. Councilor Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also had the opportunity to work with staff, Mr. Vincent, but most importantly, the legal staff from the City of Las Vegas regarding the trade show and the ability to serve liquor at the World Market Center. And so we have worked very hard as a staff and look forward to more parties and activities and the excitement that the World Market Center brings forward. So with that being said, I want to thank the staff and also thank the participants from World Market and their shareholders for working with us as we move forward to make sure that the city continues to thrive in a very major way as it surrounds entertainment. So for that, my motion would be for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review of a beer wine cooler on sale license for Juan Carlos Aceves, doing business as the Mariscos El Diamante at 2830 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3.
Your Honor, this item is on a 90-day review because Metro was unable to complete the investigative report during the initial temporary process. They still are not able to finish that investigative report, so we're asking that you grant another 90-day review period. I believe that Metro will have that report complete well within that next 90 days.
Okay.
Now, Your Honor, if I can, now with this 90-day, are we still on track? I mean, are we going to find ourselves in a position like we were with Crazy Horse, where this is the last temporary, or?
We are in a situation, Mayor Pro Tem, where we have already issued the permanent license because this was the very same situation that we had with Crazy Horse 2. So after the second 6-month temporary, we granted a permanent because there was no preliminary areas of concern with the initial background investigation, but we don't have the final report yet. And so we, at that time, after the second 6 months review, we granted a permanent with a 90-day review. That report still isn't done. What would happen if that report came back with some unfavorable or some issues in that final report, what the staff would have to do is come back to council with an item to bring disciplinary action, a separate item to bring disciplinary action. That's kind of where we're at today. We do not anticipate that will happen based on what we've seen so far.
Thank you. Okay. Gentlemen, would you like to be heard?
Not really. I mean, he's the owner of the restaurant.
Could you identify yourselves for the record, please?
Oh, his name going to...
My name is Juan Aceves.
Thank you.
And my name is Jose Luis Parra.
Thank you.
I would follow staff recommendation, Your Honor, with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen. Item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new Class 2 secondhand dealer license. Home Consignment Center, doing business as Home Consignment Center at 5720 Centennial Center Boulevard in Suite 120. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, Metro has completed the initial background check. We don't have any preliminary areas of concern, so at this time staff would recommend approval, temporary approval of these secondhand license. The applicant is also already licensed in the county. Metro has done an investigation of their originally of their business in the county. So at this time we don't have any areas of concern, and we would just ask that if, in the condition of the your motion, that if we get a favorable report, that you grant myself or my designee the authority to award the license, or if there is something unfavorable coming back, that, or if the report is not done in time, that we give us authority to extend that. And your approval should be subject to the special use permit, which I think may have been approved this morning by planning.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate and concur with staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to follow staff's recommendation. And Mr. Vincent, in that, in my motion, should the report come back favorable, that you can handle that administratively. And that's my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
You're welcome. Okay, item number 90, which is Bill 2007-28, is eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 60 through 66, bills 2007-34 through 2007-40, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July 31st, 2007. Could you please read those, Mr. Turbot?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. Before the bills are read, I would like to just mention that our office has been running now for about 2.5 years an externship program with the UNLV School of Law, the Boyd School of Law. With us today is Brian Morris, who's one of our externs until the beginning of August. And with your permission, I'd like to have him read the new bills.
Bill number 2007-34, an ordinance to establish the means of allowing the use of delivery and service vehicle storage in certain commercial and industrial zoning districts and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-35, an ordinance to allow additional types of alcoholic beverage-related uses in the CV Civic Zoning District by means of special use permit and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-36, an ordinance to adopt development standards and guidelines for hillside areas within the city and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-37, an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the city of its Special Improvement District number 808, the Summerlin area, villages 20 and 23A, senior local improvement refunding bonds, 2007 Series A, and subordinate local improvement refunding bonds, 2007 Series B. Bill number 2007-38, an ordinance concerning the city of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District numbers 808 and 810, Summerlin Village 23B, and authorizing the issuance of local improvement and refunding bonds, Series 2007. Bill number 2007-39, an ordinance to readopt the municipal code provision making state law misdemeanors city misdemeanors if committed within the city. Bill number 2007-40, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'd like to assign these new bills to Councilwoman Tarkanian and to Councilman Barlow for consideration on Tuesday, July the 31st, 2007. And the City Council meeting is in recess until 1 p.m.
May I see you a second before you go in? Before you go in? Yeah. Payne, how are you? Ms. Brown? Councilman Brown, how are you? Ms. Payne, how are you?
You making a mess over there?
No, I'm cleaning up a mess.
Ma'am?
Sir, I'm cleaning up a
Miss
mess.
Marshall? Jeez. Gotta give her a bib. Anybody got a bib? Nancy needs a bib. Makes you see Nancy beat me with a club. Just a whack, whack, shut up.
Hey Nancy, hey Terry. Hey, here's a tape for you guys. Good morning.
You look like it.
Alright, see you later.
I still have the lunch.
Hey, did they say 1 o'clock?
Come on, man.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
So it's no brainer for me. 500. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And when I talked to the lady down in Insurance Services, a little bit she gave me real fast. She goes, it's a no brainer. Well, she told me, I'm like, yeah. No, you know, what I, some people joke with me, I said, Terry, come back come back the first and third Wednesday each month and volunteer for the council meeting. Yeah. Hello. No. What problem? My real job, what's that? Oh, I cut back on that. Oh, yeah, I decided, hey, I'm on this is the second summer I haven't had a whole bunch of, I do 2 family yards.
What can I help? Oh, no, I'm just packing up.
And I feel so much better. I don't feel like I'm always, yeah, I'm doing stuff around my own house now, what I was doing lesbian and everything, and, so, but yeah, it's, you know, I was saying maybe 1 more year, but now it's like, and once I talk to Insurance Services and talk to first they say, you better keep going down. In September, yeah, September, but that's what they consistently, you don't have to go to September. Next July, and I've seen that they do that, they've done that with people where they said, oh, I plan on maybe at the end of the year, next year, you know, when they start getting close and, you know, they start talking to them next year. Oh, you can go out before that, it's gonna be fine. I'll be getting probably more than that. Almost, closed in between 85 to 90%.
Wow.
Yeah.
The boys are waiting up front for me.
Are they?
There goes Chef. Yeah, we're trying to make up a lunch.
Oh, all right.
I'm holding up their lunch.
Everybody has problems and never everybody all at the same time. Remember how we chatting guys are like that bitch? And this one has JR who does that. And so, right now he's in the thing and it's almost like this. It's just like, oh, it's just like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the end. And so he did that. And he said, you know, all of a sudden talk to that. And he said, I was trying to say, you want to get me. Oh my God. And all of a sudden on the note thing, everybody has a place for their weight, right? And
Are you coming this way?
yeah, I'll have to go in the back and get my stuff, but I can let you get it. The guy in the on where their notes are. Right here.
See you later.
gonna sit over here so when they're not here yet. I'll sit one of these chairs.
get that going?
Yeah. You need that box up here? Oh, so let me just carry it. Let me bring it out for you. You know, usually the file cabinet, the big file cabinet. Okay, so anybody, it's just a small box. There's no cabinet. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go. Yeah, unless it's something big on the agenda, then they come real early. On the far side of the room. Oh, is it? You started out. Yeah. You started out. When did you start? And you started You started You got me by 1 year. Well, I stayed on. Well, I got worried. I never stayed off. Fell out. 6 months. 6 weeks paid. Yeah. That's how my taxpayer numbers these things. Yep. Well, there's something else to talk. Yeah. said it was going to win. That's the war. Yeah. Actually, I did. Actually, I'll but you'll understand why I did it. Boom actually started on 86. Yeah, it really started taking off. I would say it
back and it's your fault.
They'll have to retire on a medical.
That's right.
It's gonna have to go hit don't record it. You dump the don't, hit tab, it moves it over, hit enter, it records the next.
I know one thing it's about 30
Tab
years.
Yeah.
Like a monkey Mount Charles.
Your body won't ever, you got used to it the other way. You got so used to it. Hey, Margo. I'll be right back.
Yeah. With it, actually, it went while I was holding. Yeah. What's that? I said while I was holding. Anyways, he asked me to come over. Just anywhere, right here? Yeah, you're welcome. So he would go to these, he and his mother would buy land and stuff. He was pretty savvy about houses. He found a parcel of land. I think back there, I might have still about a half acre. Anyways, he said you get 5 million together, you go in and buy half acre or quarter acre parcel, and then he's looking at this was 1990. Okay. So you're looking at a huge parcel. Yeah. You want a piece of the action? Yeah. $5 grand. 500. Because he was, I was 19 years old. I had roommates. I didn't really have any return to ask for $5 grand. Well, I passed up on it. Yeah, you know where that piece of land, you know what that piece of land is now called? 7 Mills. Are you serious? Probably not. Probably not. Well, yeah. And I'm not lying. That's true. Yeah. But you know what? I think you'd have to have sat on it for a good 12, 13 years, right around there. Right. So. You okay? Yeah. I brought the big one too. Yeah, big flash. You guys got any more?
Yeah, we do actually.
I don't want to do any, like field notes carrying books reports.
Yeah.
I just think if you need to feel important.
You're like, trust
So I
me.
guess I'm not
Trust me, this is a lot.
I see where I'm at. Yeah, so that's my sad real estate story. That's really sad. That is sad.
Thank you so much for your help.
Yeah, because he came and told me later. And I think he has one of those. He's got the end. It's probably early mid-40s. I mean, he hired the thing off. No, he was still teaching. It was almost like just because he was a teacher.
Marcos is here.
Yeah,
Nope. 22.
I was gonna say you.
Usually there's metal cases, kind of like right next door to our cubicle is Carol, and I don't know if you see there's these little metal things, and they have the plans in them, but since today's meeting and since it was ridiculously short, that's it. That's all they have. So, but I'll show you where
So that's the regular stuff you need to have the plans.
yeah, then there's the plan.
That's what I think. You're on that side? Right. My dad, you are. Oh, that's right. So he goes right past you. I mean, you never went past Santa Fe, no? I just went to that full night for the first time like last year. In your life? In my life. And you was born and raised there. I took my girls. just under a story. The main house is 3,300. And then I got the right across the street. Neil is the next subdivision over. He's over. Yeah. The whole next subdivision over. He's on the like west side or north side of the lake. I'm on the shade. So, and here's the thing. It was 199. And I was talking to the salesperson in another deal. He said, oh no, we're not building anything up there. You know, we're not doing that, blah, blah, blah. And I go back and this is really bad.
Did I wake you up?
Uh-oh. Get to work, man.
No.
Sit down. You get my email from Ed? You go there. From City Hall. Yeah. Well, I forwarded his to you. Okay. Okay. She did? She's not even here. Really? No, I didn't. I said, I will contact you. Oh, okay, good. I will contact you. Yes, sir. These people are just moving.
What? Yeah, it's so hot. Yeah. What do I do with the request for item 75? I still have to keep it on for the record or not? Yeah, the request, right. I want to make contact.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, she told him. And I copied Susie in the letter.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the City Council meeting. Item number 67 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 70, 71, 72, the rezoning 19673 and the variance 19672 and site development review 19670, TCR Southwest Properties, Inc., Colon 1969 Trust rezoning branch to site development plan for a development at 3132 North Jones Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be held in abeyance until our August the 1st, 2007 meeting. Item 73 and 74 is a variance 18973, rescission request for a variance on 0.85 acres at 1506 South Jones Boulevard. The applicant also asked that to be held in advance until our August 1st, 2007 meeting. And item 77 is a special use permit 21008, Cashback Cheyenne Fairways Business Center, appeal of a special use permit at 8670 West Cheyenne Avenue. That's going to be held, asked to be held in advance until our August 1st, 2007 meeting by the applicant. Item 78 and 79 is ROC 19273 and special use permit 19103 AAG Las Vegas Mustang Man LLC. Appeal of a review of condition and special use permit for an auto dealer inventory storage at 6750 West Hare Avenue. The applicant wants that to be held in advance until our August 1st, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items we need to report at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to take these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 68 and 69 are on the consent agenda and are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 68 and 69?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a quick comment. These two items are down on East Fremont. I think it's going to be a great project down there. They're getting their financing and getting their plans approved as we speak. And I will make a motion to hold this give them an extension of time for the 1 year.
Okay, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 75, RQR 19160. Will be a public hearing. The applicant's Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Richard W. Atasani. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1217 South Commerce Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Lucas Tucker, 300 South 4th Street. I'm here on behalf of Clear Channel. And I wanted to explain real quick, at the Planning Commission, there was a little bit of concern because the client failed to appear, and there was some concern expressed that they were kind of just dismissing the Planning Commission and would approve, appeal the denial here at City Council. That was not the case. Our client didn't receive notice of the Planning Commission meeting until it was already over. So I just want to explain why they didn't appear at the Planning Commission.
Thank
you. Addressing the staff report and the basis for objections, one of the basis of objection is that this property is located in the Arts District, but it's located on one of the properties that's being assembled by REI Neon for their big development project, and pursuant to a general plan amendment that was approved back on June 20th, this is actually going to be removed from the Arts District, so it's no longer in the Arts District. When REI does acquire the property, certainly the lease for the billboard will be subject to termination or renegotiation at that time, but we don't feel that that's a basis, to deny the approval of their billboard at this time. And our client is willing to take. There was some concern about the sign needing repainting. Our client's willing to repaint the sign. If necessary, they're willing to go forward and get a letter from a certified structural engineer certifying that the structure is sound, if that's what the City Council wants. But we do request that you approve the review at this time.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Tucker? Close the public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Yeah. Tom McGowan. Tom McGowan. Get him up the way. Thank you. I'll remember that and mention him. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, an artist, and resident of the Arts District. There's more than one art district in the world, and in the city of Las Vegas there may be many more than one. All depends on what happens finally. What business activity is this subject sign contiguously or approximately adjacent to? What is business activity? Anybody?
It's on South Commerce Street.
I know that. What business activity?
It's like the gentleman put on record. This is in the Arts District presently.
Yeah.
With the new configuration of REI, it is going to be, to me, a need for it to leave at that time because of their development, and I just feel like, it's why we have the reviews, what's changing, what's going to change, and that's what I'm basing my decision on.
I understand that completely. Very good explanation. It's important to recognize, my understanding, the close understanding of what you're saying is that those two blocks that were once referenced as part of the 18B, that may no longer be applicable in the legal sense, because there is no such thing as an 18B to begin with. It's a fiction, and we can talk about that when we're ready, but so the client need not be concerned about that aspect of it. However, the important thing is what will be the predominant usage of that sign. I'm talking about content, not in terms of censorship of the content, but it's easy to say what will be the reason for the sign in that location. Will it be auto dealerships or some other business activity or what? What's the content of the sign? Let's hear more about that.
We can't discuss the content of the sign. It's just...
All right, so you don't know anything about the content at this point.
We can't.
In that case, deny the item because of lack of enough information. Otherwise, I'd say approve it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to be heard? You got lucky.
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 Sir David. This particular item, I wasn't able to pick it up on the monitor. I missed it. But what ward is it in? Ward 3, right?
Yes, sir.
It's in your ward?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the question is to you and Mr. Backup Mayor, whatever. If y'all planning on building an arena and you're getting all these people to get everything, whatever, some of these items that you may approve could maybe flop in a year or so down the road. So right now you're dealing with things you really got to carefully look at, because you're dealing with things that can change. And so passing something that spend a lot of money for something a year down the road or 6 or whatever, year and a half at least, what it's called there. These things, if they have to be removed, then you're throwing good money after bad. All I'm asking you is a lot of some things on the agendas, would they be in your ward, be very careful on some of these things, because they do need some looking into. And I don't really mean to be facetious in any way, but the name of the game is you really better look at some of these things that you might be passing. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I got a copy of a letter that was sent to our city clerk requesting this item be held in abeyance until such time that the new ordinance was passed. They know that this is in the Arts District, and like he said, it may be quite a while before REI comes in and starts developing. Until that time, it's still going to be in the Arts District, 18B, and I don't agree with Mr. McGowan. I think this is the sign is in the Arts District. We have supported the Arts District, and this is one of those times when I think that we need to deny this application for the simple reason that it is falling under that 2-year review where something has changed and the sign needs to come down. And that would be my motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 76 is SUP 20608. The applicant is Cashback. The owner is Durango and Centennial LLC. Appeal filed by the applicant from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for a auto title loan establishment and financial institution specified, and a waiver of the minimum square footage requirement at 6441 North Durango Drive, Suite 120 in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Scott Sabraw, 8610 Southeastern Avenue. Thank you for listening to our appeal. We believe that the reduction in square footage in this case does not pose a problem, that they'll be able to conduct their business in the normal manner that it's conducted in a place like this, and that we understand that the minimum square footage is to avoid a kiosk type situation. We're going to be in a building and won't be facing that, and With that, I ask for your consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sabra? All right, folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for denial based on the 38 oppositions to this business in this location. That's my motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Item 80.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, on that last item, there wasn't a date specific as to when the billboard would need to come down. I thought it was normally in the conditions, but it's not in the conditions. If we could maybe go back, reconsider that, and if you could state a date that the sign needs to be taken down.
Your Honor, I make a motion to reconsider item number 75, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on that item, I would give them 45 days from this date, which would be, what would be the date, Beverly? September the 3rd. That would be my added condition.
All right, Mr. Tucker, did you get that? September 3rd. Okay, let's
And
vote, please.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we could also ask for the record also that the staff report also indicates that there's been no final inspection conducted on this off-premise advertising sign.
That's true, yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item number 80 is SDR 19214. The applicant owner is LaFeria LLC. Request for a site development plan review for an existing office, retail, and mini storage facility development, and a waiver to allow a landscape buffer width of 0 feet where 15 feet is the minimum required along the right-of-way on 2.33 acres at 3851 Penwood Avenue. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is anybody here on behalf of LaFeria LLC? All right, seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian, what's your pleasure here?
I discussed this with Margot in planning, and this deals just with the landscape buffer. All the other health and safety issues that came before us before will still need to be considered, so I move for approval on this item.
All right, very good. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard before we vote?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. What's the reason for staff's recommendation for now? Anybody?
Martha?
I'm sorry, Mr. McGowan, what was that
He
question?
wanted to know why did staff recommend denial?
Because, again, the findings for the waiver would have to be made with regard to a physical preclusion on the site. There is none, and therefore staff, in interpreting the code strictly, has a recommendation for denial.
Thank you.
Oh, sometimes strictly interpreting anything can be misleading, or can be a road to an otherwise errant conclusion, whether it's art district or anywhere else. I recommend approval.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Since I won't be seeing the lady anymore, I recommend that if that's what the Ward 1, Ms. Titanium want, and maybe she has a good feeling about it. So let's always go with y'all going with each other, and sometimes your staff can, well, as long as there's not no lawsuits involved, and it's just a matter of a great decision, I'm in favor of Mrs. Titanium getting what she wants. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion to approve. Please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 81 is ROC 22954. The applicant owner is Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC. Request for a review of conditions to remove all conditions of an approved rezoning which rezone property from RE Residence Estates and new undeveloped TND, Traditional Neighborhood Development Land Use Designation, to TD, Traditional Development on 1,712 acres at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Ms. Lazovich.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff recommending approval. Just to note, the reason why we're removing all the conditions from this zone change is because they were addressed in the development agreement and the design standards. So they are addressed just in a different location. And we respectfully request your approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Ms. Lazovich? All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Anyone like to be heard?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I should say traditional Las Vegas resident. And my question is, what's the difference between traditional neighborhood development and traditional development? What's the significant difference between those two phraseologies?
Ms. Wheeler, would you like to elucidate on that?
Mr. Mayor, the traditional neighborhood development is a title for the type of land use that was adopted for this area, making use of current planning principles, and the zoning designation that it is coordinated with, the TD, is also appropriate for this area, and staff is comfortable with those designations.
All right, thank you.
And the close understanding in that case, are they virtually interchangeable? Is it that close? Are they 1 iota apart or 1 nanometer or what? What's the reason for the difference in phraseology? What's the difference between the two? If there's no difference, why not call them by the same name? No, but anyhow, that's okay. I recommend approval. But I also recommend that in future, you make some reasonable effort to try to get your thoughts together and convey to the public what it is you're talking about and why, so they have some idea of what their government is doing and how it's doing it. Thank you.
Anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing now, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion
Mr.
carries.
Mayor?
Yes.
All of those designations are in Title 19, aren't
Yes,
they? Mr. McGowan, they are there for the citizens to look in Title 19. It explains all of those designations.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll get it for you free. I'll copy it myself.
Very good, thank you. Okay, item 82 is for me to instruct Ms. Bridges to please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. All right, we come to that portion of our agenda. Item 83, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please.
My name is Susan.
You have to push that little button there. There you go. Okay. Why don't you put it back to 3, okay, Ms. Bridges? 3 minutes. There you go.
My name is Susan McMasters. I am a Las Vegas resident in Ward 4. I brought a petition to allow me to speak on behalf of the Kellogg's Air Large Dog Park, in which you can have a copy of. I've also brought a copy for each council member of pictures, and some correspondence has been sent to the council and to Parks with no response. First of all, I want to thank you extremely for the rehab work that is being done and has been done and being done on the large dog park, and I assume we'll go over to the small dog park. It's great. We appreciate it. Everybody is enjoying it. Some issues have still not been put to bed, and a couple of these are minor. There is one that is major that basically brought on the destruction of the park in the first place. So I brought some pictures. I have a 45-second short clip to show you. Here's our standing water problem. And this is in one morning. What dogs like to do best. What originally happened to basically destroyed, well, what was originally fescue grass, which is now Bermuda, was overwatering and watering too close to when the park opened. Obviously, it's apparent that the best time to water is at dawn, but you can't water prior to people coming back in. So what I've got here is from Sunday morning, 8:30. There was standing water. We have really thick grass. It splashed when I walk. It splashes when you go by. You can see where around each tree is standing water. You can go there tonight about 8 o'clock. It'll still be wet. And then it gets soaked again in the morning. Bermuda's going to die real quick doing this. Currently it looks great, except for a couple areas such as way over here at the west end, at the hill. Obviously the sprinkler isn't working because it's really dry, as well as a couple other places. The one in the west end, if you go on the back side of the hill, you see a nice big green patch where my guess is the sprinkler's underneath the new sod. Because why would everything be pretty much yellow except a nice little spot like this? Because it's still popping and some of that water's still coming out in that area.
And I'm going to have to cut you short.
Even with my petition?
Yes, because I have to be even-handed here. I have to let everybody have the equal amount of time.
Okay, I was told that you couldn't limit my time because I allowed 3 minutes per each person that's signature is.
No, have a seat, please.
So I guess the secret side is
Excuse me?
we don't ever get to talk to you people. You won't respond to us.
Well,
we're trying to help you.
Let me tell you something. I take issue with that. I have a coffee with the mayor myself once a month, and the public is always welcome to talk to me there as long as they want to. I open up City Hall that same day, right here at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning. People can talk to me as long as they want. I know my council, they all have neighborhood meetings all the time. They're always having, they have more neighborhood meetings than I can stand, okay?
I've only got notice on one, and I attended it.
But they're always willing to talk to their constituents, so that's the time to do it. I have to follow certain rules and procedures here, and I can't allow a petition to expand somebody's opportunity to talk. If the other people want to speak, they want to come down here, we'll certainly listen to them.
Okay, we'll make sure that we do that.
And we'll certainly give you the time you deserve.
And I guess when we fax or call or email and not one is answered, that doesn't count?
I don't know what that means. All I know is that...
It means that you've been faxed, you've been emailed, and you've been called on all these issues, and not one call has been returned to myself or others.
I'll talk to my office about that, because we return all of our faxes and all of our...
Copies are in there. Copies of those are in there.
Okay, I'm just saying that we return all the calls. Yes.
Okay. Hasn't happened.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. For the benefit of the previous speaker and all members of the public, we are not the government's public. You are the public's government. And whether your doors are open or not, I wanted to mention something else in passing. I just overheard the last brief conversation. Some very succinct statements were made. I've been to coffee with the mayor, and in my closest understanding, it was not a quorum of the city council, but a quorum of one, the mayor. And that was very nicely appreciated. But a very big distinction. The lady was talking about appearing before you people, plural. not a quorum of one, or less than a quorum of the entire council. There's a big difference. So when you get around to it and you have nothing else important to do, maybe you should ponder some of those thoughts for the public's benefit, because it's a public's government. That's what you are. I'm going to read something into the record, if you don't mind. 18B, it's called. The Las Vegas Art District is an approximate 18-block neighborhood located blah, blah, blah. Approximate. There ain't no such thing as almost pregnant or an approximate 18B. And it ends up, that paragraph, for everyone who lives, works, or visits here, 18B is a shared vision for which no boundaries apply. I'll say it again. Ad infinitum, ad nauseam. Pulse and REI have no obligation to the so-called 18B, which was not registered as a corporation with the Department of Corporations, Secretary of State. And if your offices and your staff don't know that, my question is why? And better yet, why do you need them at great expense? You ought to get it straight or forget the whole damn thing. This is not a hobby. Everything you do or don't do affects people's lives and well-being. That's why it's so important that you really stay on the gun. And I might advise, or try to advise anyway, suggest to your legal counsel staff, who are all extremely well-trained people, and I hold them to a higher standard for that reason, that they have a duty and responsibility to advise you of what your boundaries are and what your responsibilities are, in case you forget. There are enough elected appointed officials on their way to prison as it is. I would hate to see any of you leave prematurely. Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. Once again, I'm having problems with the stipend program. Now, I talked to one of my doctors. I tried to convince him why I need to be allowed on Nellis Air Force Base to use my distress signal to cancel my name off such a program. I want to know, I left my hometown. I had people living off me and lying on me, and I don't mean to use this as an illustration to compare a dog, human beings to a dog, but when someone is used to feed them, house them, give them jobs, and then they turn around and lie and hurt you, that's like a dog biting the hand that's feeding them. I mean, you have a dog, just picture, you have an animal at home and you feed it and it turns around and bites you and it hurts and it's not a good feeling. Now, I have these people, what would they do if I wasn't here? What would they do if I'm gone? And I know a lot of police officers say, we wish you would go to another city. Well, the next city, the same thing gonna happen because it's happening in my hometown. A lot of people say I was in the way down there, but yet they couldn't see all the secret stuff that was going on. That's why I call on the Most Worshipful Grand Master, the Masons and Elks, and the Rotarians and Knights of Columbus. They know how to issue the distress signals. They know how it's used, and they can see who's being used. And I don't mind helping anyone. That's why the Lord blessed me. I supported ministry. I grew up in the church. But I also feel like people should respect other people's rights and do unto others, follow that golden rule, do unto others as they would have others do unto them. They wouldn't want me to use something of theirs to help people, and those people turn around and hurt them because they don't understand how it's being done. Now, they should look out for the person they're using. That's common sense. If you're going to use someone to feed people and house them and give them a job, that person should be the number one looked out for. But now I have them running over me, lying. They want to put the prostitutes. I mean, I know that maybe that they're good to them, what they getting, but they can't use me to pay women for sex. That's why I try to get away from my two ex-husbands. They in that racket. And maybe it's embarrassing that I have to tell this kind of thing, but I'm a sickly woman. I have children and grandchildren. I have my own responsibilities. I'm not going to keep being used to help people that's hurting me. Now, I've asked them to cut it out. They won't let me out on Nellis. I called out there, I need the inspector general, somebody that has some intelligence on that military base. That's why we got a war every year. Somebody's being stupid or pretending they stupid, and I don't have time for it. I'm not getting any younger. I don't have time to have to come in here and worry you all with this, but I can't get out there. They won't. I've been out there talking to the military police. The police sent me out there. Ned's got an attitude where we don't like this kind of problem. No, I don't like it either. But I'm being victimized. I'm being the one used here. I understand where I'm coming from now. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Ward 5, where I'm represented by Councilman Barlow. And I'm speaking to you from the fun capital of the universe and the Clemency War City, Las Vegas, Nevada, the battle-born state, the rebel state. A wise man once said, if all men and women are rebels, why not rebel against iniquity? You'll always win. I am jazzed beyond belief at the prospect of the REI project. I have every confidence. There's a great buzz in the air. I'm very, very thankful for that. And it is a product of your fine work over the years, and it is a part of the richness of your legacy, and I speak to all the city council. Through the mayor to Councilman Wolfson, I appreciate your humility, that we are watched by a great many people in our community, but also we do have a global audience due to advances in technology, DVDs, read-write, DVRs. When you have a Senate Majority Leader who has a site that says, give them hell, Harry, and you are in the rebel state, which will sponsor the Spirit of 76 Amendment. I have a joke I always talk about at the experience. An ice cube doesn't drop here that City Hall don't know about it. Well, not much happens here that 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue doesn't know about. So we're doing good, and we'll keep it up. Also, I had changed the name of the Lady Luck to Hard Luck. I have every confidence this will resume and resurrect and be, I consider it more than a marquee piece, it's an anchor. When I get the answer for Neonopolis, I'll get back to you and demand a large fee. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Eileen McHighton. I'm from Spring Mountain Ranch, and I was really here for item 81, which I obviously missed. My problem with it is, it says one thing here. I called your attorney. He said one thing. Ross's site says another thing, and the head of planning said something else. It is not specific. According to your rules, what is written here is supposed to be specific as to what you're changing. Now, I don't know what you changed. It went through, it blew through. It could be any one of the 4 different things that I heard. I will find out later, I'm sure. But I don't know that it's legal that it not be specified in the manner in which it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that, ma'am, I'm sure after we're through.
Yeah, I can find out.
Right.
A little late now to object to it. Because
Well, had you been here,
we objecting to.
had you been here, we would have heard you at the time.
Well, it being the last thing on the agenda, you guys don't usually get done this fast.
That's absolutely correct. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? Not this time.
I hate to do this to y'all because I love y'all, but this is very sad. You see, you're in total violation of the open meeting law. You don't have nothing on here about the open meeting law. You see, clearly, that's why you have all kind of people coming here doing, saying whatever, because you don't have this under control, Oscar. I am very sorry to tell you this, but you don't have it on here. I read this thing up and down and front and back. The open meeting law says you must clearly state your name, address, and you know it, for the record, and so on. Oscar, it said please. It even said please. Spell your last name. You don't have none of this. The open meeting law, the numbers they go, they've added some more to it in this last session. They even made it even stronger.
You don't have it here, Oscar, and that is in violation. I love you. I come as your friend, also to say good, but I'm here to let you know one thing. You have an organization in this town, and it's in your city, so you have to be the first to know. The NAACP has been in total violation for the last 10 years, period. Now, the government let them off hook so they could say that 501c3 a year or so ago. When Bush was running for president, he didn't even want to go to them when when they're doing this thing, whatever. The idea, what I'm trying to say, this organization is in total violation. It's had 3 elections, and it says no less than 24 plus. You have to have a president, which at least be 25. This organization elected 17 people. It elected 17 people, appointed 17 people in the organization. There's 17 people for election. It had 19 people elected. Had 18 people elected the last time. The turnout would be like 70-some people. And they put all kinds of stuff in the paper like everything is just fine. This organization is corrupt, and it's getting people's money. It wasn't founded by black people. They hauled that in a minute. In the last 45 years, I know a white lady founded enough thing. The point is, the blacks got involved in the last 45 years. It's just like everything else called white flight. When the blacks got hold of it in the last 30, 40 years, that thing is going downhill in a hurry. Know why? Because everybody got off it. I couldn't blame them. I had 2 black men with electricians asked me to help them out. Hey, them people short they beat up on me something awful. I brought their charter back. That's why I'm going to give them all this junk back. I don't want nothing. These people attacked my wife, Oscar. My wife. A good woman. She just laid the law. She'll have anything. What I'm saying is, Oscar, I'll be married 48 years, come September 6 weeks. But when you jump on the only friend I have, no brothers and sisters, this organization is a joke. All these gadgets they give me, I'm not going to throw it in the garbage. I'm going to send it back to Maryland where it belongs. It's a joke. Now, you see, and the number 1 man in this town is a minister of God. His name is Reverend Jesse Scott. That man got some stuff so deep in his closet, it's pitiful. But and you got to read your newspapers because he's been there. He's among the first people to get this organization destroyed. And then here recently you had that man, Mr. Collins, somebody that died, Gene Collins, and then you had the Cheney or whatever. All these people had lawsuits and everything with the end of it. But this organization covers up. It runs itself on lies, and it's the 5033, Oscar, and I'm going to turn this stuff into them and to the federal government. I love people, and I would never do anything to hurt anybody. I came down here, if I did anything that ever hurt y'all, I apologize. But I'm not coming down anymore, Oscar, because I've heard about a lot of things. That Ward 5, that young man's in Ward 6, 7, 8, I don't even need to go there. And Oscar, it's something you says from time to time. You're a good man. And that man was the guy when they beat you up all the time. He loved you. He might chew you out something fierce, but he's a pretty smart fellow. And I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss all of y'all. And may God take a leg and all. But I'm hurt about our country. You understand what I'm saying, Oscar?
Yes, sir.
I'm a people's man, and I thank you for the minute that you let me. Right. But I don't want to let y'all be the first to know. I'm sending this junk back to the people who, I don't believe this. You never, all these those so-called stops, you got people on the right now running, ain't got no kind of, proper identification, they problem to give you training skills. They don't, that place is so corrupt, and this thing here, it's got that man, what's that man name?
Okay,
I'm gonna go.
Raj, I have to.
Okay, what the guy name? Yeah, I know, whatever his name was.
Wish you good luck.
Julian Bond, he's a joke, too.
Just one quick footnote there.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
All right, good luck.
I understand the Philadelphia Phillies are available.
Okay, folks. Anybody else like to be heard before we adjourn? All right, thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned.